What's going on, guys? Hey, Film Fantastic over on YouTube. How's it going, man? How's it going over there? Everybody ready for the new year? Hey, what's up, Scotty? Over on Twitch. What's going on, man? How was your Christmas? I didn't see you very much. Hey, what's up, Steve? Over on YouTube, what's up, man? Steven? Good to see you back. Hey, Kyle. Hey. Hey, glad you're here, Kyle. We're building your PC. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Saturday, almost end of the year build show. So we're going to be doing a pretty awesome build for Kyle, actually. He's over on Facebook watching on the Facebook channel right now. Can't wait, man. Well, it's all here. It's all ready. Over on Twitch and Arizona. Oh, LOL. So our Christmas was warm and amazing. Oh, nice. You know, it wasn't too cold up here, Scotty, so you kind of got gypped. The year it's not cold. Kyle who? If Kyle wants to use his last name, he can let me know. Scotty over on Twitch. His last name does come up in the chat. So I can't really hide that. I might know him. Oh, did you send him this way? Kyle, were you referred to us by Scotty, or did you just look us up? I got a crazy Michigander named Scotty. I'm pretty sure he just messaged us on Google, and that's how we started connecting, working out this build. Steve? Oh no, the chat bounced. Hang on. Steve, whatever you sent, you'll have to resend. I don't know why. It's not showing up in the chat, right? Well, let's go ahead and switch over to our top-down view. We're going to go ahead and get started. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ben. And this is the Empower Build Show, and a special one, because it's I think, going to be the last build stream we do before the new year. We do have a couple of builds we're going to try to cram into the stream, depending on how late it goes. If it goes too late, then I will be starting up a second stream tomorrow morning. Hey, what's up, Film Fantastic? What's going on over on YouTube? Because we are streaming to multiple platforms, so I am going to try to read everybody's message as much as I can so that the conversation can go through all the different platforms. We have Facebook, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and I think we're also streaming to Twitter as well. So, not the right Kyle. Well, I'm sorry, Scotty. I tried. So to get started, we're going to go ahead and start with Kyle's build. I will have to update the name at the top of the screen, which you see there. This is not for Joe. Joe is the build that we did last. I just was lazy and never updated it before I started the stream. More like I forgot to update it. Just give me 1 second here. I'll get the name corrected for you, Kyle. And we're gonna try to do 2 builds. This build is a pretty awesome build, but the second build I have going, who's this build? This build is for Kyle. So we're starting off with Kyle, And then I'm going to actually, that reminds me, I should message our second build to make sure they're aware we're going to try to do it. So hang tight 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Making my way down to, oh, hey, Scotty, thanks for jumping over on Kick and making some noise over there. Steve, over on YouTube, sorry, I was cleaning my keyboard and forgot to unhook it. Nice, nice. Good old ghost chat from the keyboard cleaning. Keyboard cleaning is good, so it's a good reminder, folks, to clean your keyboards. Always a good reminder. All right, so starting off with Kyle's build. If you guys want to join Kyle, he's over on the Facebook channel. You can go make fun of him over there, or you can gang up on me and make fun of me all together over there, or wherever you want to hang out and make fun of me. You can do so on any platform. All right, so starting off, we have the Intel i7 14700K for Kyle's build. It's the Raptor Lake. It's got 20 cores, 28 threads, and a max boost of 5.6 gigahertz. I got swords. Always use compressed air to clean your fans. Just kidding, don't do that. Please try to refrain from it. Compressed air could actually create moisture from an air compressor if you're using an air compressor, and the moisture can get on your parts while you're cleaning it out. So if you do have an air compressor, it's a good idea if you do use it to let your PC dry out a little bit before you try to plug it back in, or if you have some sort of moisture trap that's keeping the moisture from coming through, that'll help also. But usually I recommend the PC cleaner. It's like a $40 miniature leaf blower that you can buy on Amazon, and that does a absolute fantastic job. And you know, if you're using canned air to clean your PC, after a couple of canned airs, you have now purchased the same cost of purchasing that leaf blower, which you have until it dies, which may be years from now. So that's usually what I recommend. I can't remember the exact term for it, but there's a couple different brands out there, and they're like 40 bucks on Amazon. That and fans reverse generate. Oh yeah, send power back through your motherboard. They can, yes. Okay, so again, Kyle's PC, we're running through. We have an i7 14700K. We already kind of ran through that, but we're also going to be using the LGA 1700 contact frame, because anytime we build on this platform, we always use the contact frame. And there's our Intel i7, Core i7 14700K. Beautiful processor. And then we're going to be cooling the CPU with the Arctic Freezer, the Liquid Freezer 2 360 millimeter adjustable RGB version. The only thing the ARGB stands for is that the fans are adjustable RGB. We're going to try to do push-pull. We're going to take these fans that are mounted here on this and put it on the other side, and then take a FC120 kit and put that on the front, so it's push-pull. So it's double the amount of fans on there, because those fans are included, and we want the inside of the PC to show all the same fans throughout the system, at least the best we can. So that's the idea, or what we're going to try to do. All right, so Next up, we have the Asus Z790 Plus motherboard. This is the Wi-Fi edition, so it has the Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi built into it. And we've got it's a DDR5 version, so we have DDR5, 32 gigabytes of DDR5, 6000 megahertz CL30 by Team Group. So we're going with the lower CAS latency on the RAM to get as much performance as we can on this kit. And this kit's actually a really good deal. That's not the actual price we got it for, which was $149. Not sure why this one even has a price tag on it, but okay. And we have it in, I think, black for the black setup, or black color theme. Then we have a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe 990 Pro, super fast, and this is by Samsung. Super fast SSD is pretty much the fastest you can really get to on Gen 4 without burning out, I guess you could say. So this is a really good drive, highly recommended, super fast. Your load times are going to be super quick. Windows, you push the power button, you're going to blink and it's going to be already booted up. That's how quick these drives are. They're very fast. We have an RTX 4080. We're sticking with the Tough Gaming, if you haven't noticed, the Tough Gaming theme. So we have an Asus Tough Gaming graphics card and an Asus Tough Gaming motherboard, which simplifies things with the software. Once we have it all set up, he can manage his RGB all through the Asus Armory crate, and then the aesthetics are both going to match, obviously, in the system. But this is in RTX 4080. It's got 16 gigabytes of GDDR6X 256-bit PCIe 4.0, and it is the Tough Gaming OC version of this card. So it is factory overclocked. I got swords. Booyah! Steve, this would be my dream computer, but out of my budget. I hear you. They're not cheap, but this is going to be a badass PC in the end. And then we're going to be cooling or using Deepcool FC120 fans. So we have 3 kits, or 3 boxes of 3. The only thing I have to do is grab another fan that I have over here, or the rear fan in the case, because we're going to be building in the Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo, which is one of my favorite cases. It's a badass case. It features the dual chamber, so it's got the front glass panel and the side glass panel, and the bottom intake and side intake for the fans, rear exhaust, and top mount for the AIO. It just ends up looking absolutely beautiful. And overall, this is going to be a super badass system, and I'm super excited to get it started. So, what else is there to do? And Scotty's over on YouTube now. So he's over on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Representing. Thanks, man. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to start with moving some of these components out of the way. Oh, forgot to also mention the power supply, which is over here. But it's a 1200 watt Seasonic Vertex Gold. So it's an 80 plus gold. Super powerful power supply that I recommend, especially for some of these bigger systems. And it's going to allow him, Kyle, if he wants to in the future, upgrade to an RTX 4090, which we were talking about trying to get it into a 4090, but the budget, we just weren't there, so we ended up going with the 4080 instead. 1200 watt, yes. So it is overkill on the power supply, but the difference, for example, from an 1000 watt to a 1200 watt was so small, it just made more sense. Let's put the 1200 watt in there, and then it's ready for a 4090 if he ever wants to upgrade that later down the road. So it simplifies the upgrades later. And it's a great power supply. Any of the Vertex lineup specifically has the 16 pin that I always talk about for the graphics cards. Some of the newer Seasonic Focus versions do also have that, but I always recommend the Vertex. Okay, so let's go ahead and move some of these components out of the way and get started on this. I do have a phone call. I'm sorry. Saturdays tends to be like the busiest day for phone calls. I don't know why, but it does. So, 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so we're gonna start with the motherboard, the CPU, the RAM, and the SSD. Let's see here. Steve, do you think the 7900 XT is as good as the RTX 40? I'd say it's pretty equivalent, yes. I know the 7900 XTX is just a badass all-around card, and same with just the 7900 XT. Both cards are super badass. And they perform very well in the 4K, 2K, 4K screen resolutions. So if you're looking for some good performance and you don't want to spend as much as an RTX 4080, and of course, you know, you are losing features that the 4080 offers. Yes, they are. John has one of them. If you don't need the ray tracing, etc., I perform great in 4K too. Nice. You might perform good in 4K. Dude, not even my PC will run 4K very well. I mean, it can in certain games, but like more demanding games, it'll, I've just got a 3070 Ti. And don't call me lucky for having that card, because I got it during the crazy hard to get graphics card time. I think I spent $2,000 for a 3070 Ti. And it was actually for a customer build back in the day, or back in that time, and then they backed out of the build, and so I was stuck with a 3070 Ti that I ended up not having a build for right away, so I ended up just keeping it for myself at that point. But here's our Z790 motherboard. Super good looking aesthetics here for the Asus TUF Gaming. You always want to try to make sure you peel all your peels off, because if you leave them on, you're going to get some funny smells when things warm up. I think that's all of them. Yeah, my computer couldn't play anything, but you could probably play a few games of 4K. It's just, you know, the less demanding games. You could probably do like Rocket League and things like that in 4K. But if you try to run Call of Duty, you're probably going to get like, you know, I think you have a 2080 Super in your PC, Scotty, or 2080, if I remember correctly. Something like that. Yeah, so Call of Duty would be a little iffy. Be like 30 frames. Alright, so here's our Intel i7 going into the socket. Carefully. And then we're going to put the contact frame on over the CPU. I think it was supposed to... Actually, I just noticed. Be right back. Yes, sir. No, I'm here. I'm just talking to Scotty over on Kick. And I'm looking for one other item I just noticed we don't have. To me, it's between the RTX 4070 Ti and the 7900 XT. I do like the DLSS and the ray tracing on the Ti would be better. Yeah, I hear you. Would be better. So what do the 7900 XT 20 gigs of VRAM? Yeah, the 7900 XT has a little bit more VRAM, which is nicer for higher screen resolution gaming, but the DLSS does help kind of make up for that a little bit from the 4070 Ti, the DLSS 3. What I'm going to do here is remove the stock LGA 1700 brackets, because we're going to be putting the Thermalright contact frame over this. And I put the CPU in the socket so that it protects the pins, so that there's almost no way that I'm going to damage the pins while doing this procedure. There's our contact frame. It goes over the CPU there into the socket. And then I'm going to drop these screws in to get them started and get them started. Try to do it as evenly as possible there. And there we go. We have our contact frame in place. All right, moving on to getting the RAM installed and the SSD. Hey, you almost you almost had it. I had to read it there for a second. I'm sorry. I upgraded my GPU yesterday from an Asus 2060 to an Asus 3060. You probably got some good frame boost there. Definitely an increase. Over on the Twitch. Well, today we're putting in a RTX 4080 into this system here with an i7 14700K and 32 gigs of DDR5, 6000 megahertz at CL30. This is going to be quite the beast. You also like the Asus TUF and Strix branding. They seem to be at the top with cooling and performance. Yes, they are usually my go-to outside of like MSI, but more budget friendly is obviously going to be more like Zotac or PNY, but I prefer to lean on Asus and MSI first. There's our 2TB 990 Pro by Samsung. The Gen 4 SSD, one of the fastest Gen 4 SSDs you can get out there. A total of 2 terabytes. You only have a 1070F? Oh, that's not only, man. That's still a great CPU today. It's probably better than a lot of other people for this day. I actually just did a small, or not a small, but I think it was like a $900 build. I think we streamed it right before Christmas. Maybe Steve probably remembers it better than me because I did so many builds. But we did it was an i7 10700, or it was an i7 10900, and we did a Z7 or a Z490 MSI motherboard with 32 gigs of RAM, or it was 32 or 16, 1 terabyte SSD with an RTX or an RX or an RTX. It was either an RX 6600 or an RTX 3050. Hey, Unuzi turned me on to you? Nice. Yeah, Unuzi's a awesome dude over there. I want to upgrade when I get my taxes. I'll hit you up. Nice. Yeah, we could do some pretty cool builds, and we'll stream it here. Just like this. We can hang out and chat while we're building your PC. It's always fun. I built Unuzi's PC as well. I think that was last year, at the beginning of the year. Like in January or February. You could probably go through the YouTube channel and find it. It was an i9 10900 and a Z490. Nice build. Yeah, I think we ended up doing that for like 900 bucks, which, you know, for as much horsepower, even on that platform, it might be, you know, a couple of steps down from the newest, latest and greatest. But I mean, that processor is still a super powerful processor, even with the 10700. Still both very powerful CPUs, and they can do good. I mean, I'm still running a Ryzen 7 5800X and an RTX 3070 Ti, so it's nothing super crazy. I want the new stuff. Yeah, so do I, man. So do I. I want the new stuff too. It's just sometimes some of this stuff is just crazy expensive, and it's not that I wouldn't spend the money on it. I would, but you know, with the way the economy is right now, I'm kind of worried that I'm going to run out of builds because that's what's paying the bills. All right, so I'm going to zoom out here so we can get a look at the SSD because we're going to install our SSD here. This is our Samsung 990 Pro. Come on, focus. It won't focus. Oh well. You'll have to trust me. Hey, Scotty, welcome back over on Kick. I was just showing my dad your website. Oh, nice. Hello, Scotty's dad. Yeah, there's a lot more work going into the website. More and more of the pre-builds, including the bigger ones, are going to have customizable features or a customizer in the next month or so. That is coming soon. It is in progress. So each one of those pre-build options you can actually customize to your own specifics. The only thing you can't change or wouldn't be able to change is like the case. That's been a more and more requested feature, so I already have it set up for the Gladiator. Next is going to be the Quantum Prime and the Phantom Storm, and then we'll be doing the other ones. Also, a refresh is coming for the couple of the builds there too, so we'll be moving over, for example, the AM4 builds that are still using the Ryzen 5 3600. We're going to be moving those because they're more of the budget type builds to the 5600. And also switching out the motherboard from a B450 to a B550. But it also depends on the inventory issues that we constantly run into. So. All right, let's zoom it out. Next up, we're going to mount the mounting hardware here. And I always forget which ones to use for this, but this is the cooler we're going to be using, which is the Liquid Freezer 2 360 by Arctic. It's a great cooler. The radiator is a little bit thicker than your standard 360mm AIO, and their pump is absolutely fantastic. It moves this liquid like it's the Niagara Falls. So no slow moving liquid here. We just need to get the hardware kit out, but I am going to pull the entire cooler out of its box here. Can't remember if we meant to go over and do the push-pull or not on this cooler. But we may as well, and if we don't do the RGB fans, then I will throw some black PWM up there at least. Because it wasn't on the invoice, I just... But I always try to do push-pull in this setup. I got you tax time? Awesome. Yeah, we'll take care of you, man. We'll build... Oh, God. Need you. Come back. We'll build you a nice PC. So don't worry about that. We always take care of everybody we can. Hey, some giant idiot. Welcome back to the stream, sir. And here's the difficulty. Which one is which? I thought, it's definitely these. Film fantastic. I put in my custom tower request 2 days ago or something. Is this Caden? Film fantastic, is that you? Because I did submit the estimate actually just before the stream. So I would check if that is you. Check with your dad to have him check his email. I am behind on my I was behind on my estimates. We had a ton of estimate requests right after Christmas there, and so I was admittedly very behind on them. So I apologize for how long it took to get them over to you. But I sent you 2 estimates. One is a recommendation, which is going to be the more expensive option. Already reminding him every 3 hours. Yeah, he and I spoke yesterday as well, so check with your dad. He should have the email with the estimates now. Just before we started the stream, I made sure I sent those over. I think it's going to be the taller ones. Not the shorter ones. I always had to check this, but I'm starting to learn. Starting to remember. I work with so many different coolers and there's so many different results here. So what we're going to do is put the studs on this back plate, which is going on the back of the motherboard. And then these little studs will go through the motherboard. And then we'll secure it to the board before we put it in the case. So it saves us some time and hassle while trying to do it inside the case itself. So it's best to try to do as much as you can outside of the case before putting the motherboard in there, just because it gets a little cramped. In the case that we have in this case, we will actually have plenty of space, and it's actually it's a pleasure to build in every time. Never cramped or super hard to build in. It's always a nice roomy case. But in others, I still recommend doing as much as you can on the outside. Hope you like my dad jokes. Alright, so we've got all our studs on our back plate here. If you look here, I had to add those studs and a little rubber washer on this to secure it. Now we're ready to put this on the back side of the motherboard, which we'll do here. Then, ready to put the studs in. Mounting studs. For these 4 little guys here. What kind of case? This is going to be the Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo. Scotty says, "You are a dad." Joke. Ben. Thank you, Scotty. I appreciate that. You should have heard the song I had to sing for my 11-year-old to wake her up today. Because she thinks she can stay up all night and then sleep all day. And even on the weekends. Nope. You want that kind of case? It looks fire. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the Evo's a badass looking case. There's also some other cool cases that are coming out by Lian Li. And then there's also the Y70. If you're talking about Yunuzi's build. His case is the Y60 by drawing a blank. Because I'm a dad. Because I am a dad joke. But you know what? I forgot to put these on here. Really quick, gotta put these on. Is not a requirement, but I prefer to have them on. It's the Height Y70. Well, the Y60 is the case that he got, but the Y70 just came out just recently, and it's super hard to get. It's on back order, but it includes the touchscreen that he always probably talks about and says that he wants, and he can actually get his first case now. It is more in stock. I'm doing double the work here because I forgot to put these on first. But we build it right. I appreciate the dad jokes. I'm a dad. Oh, thanks. Awesome. Nice to meet another dad. Hello, dad gamer. So your name actually makes me think of, what is that? Insurance commercial. I got you $1. Oh, you almost had it. Makes me think of that commercial. I think it was Progressive or something. Yep. Got to be quicker than that. Oh, gotta be quicker than that. And then the other one is, the other thing that comes to mind when I read your name is Reagan's speech. Nope, I think pizza's here. I'll be right back. I got pizza. Sorry. Pizza's here. I did an Amazon review for the 12900 KS I bought. Nice. It's always good to share your experience. Got you with a follow on this side too. Oh, thanks. Thank you for the follow over there, sir. Nice. All right, so going where we left off. Technically, I was supposed to eat the pizza before I started the stream, but we're gonna build through this. Then I might take a break, eat some pizza, and come back and build the second one. Okay, sure. What kind of pizza? It's Guido's over here in Oxford. We love their pizza. All right, there we go. We got our studs installed with our contact frame, our CPU, our RAM, and our SSD under the heat spreader. Some giant idiot. Thank you, sir. You're over here, aren't you? Or somewhere nearby? I feel like you are. Or correct me if I'm wrong. I try to keep track of everybody at a somewhat personal level. But y'all's already know. We don't need the AMD kit. I'm gonna put that back in the bag. We don't need these guys. I'm gonna put that back in the bag. Don't need that or these. But we will need these. New York, Pennsylvania, nah, okay. Not even close. I was over there earlier this year, though. We were over there drinking from the fountain of, what's the name of that beer company for a bachelor party? Over in Pennsylvania. Trying to blank on that now. I don't know, it's draw blank day for me. Alright, so I'm going to move the motherboard over here, set this aside, then we're going to get the case out. Oh, this massive beast of a case. So this is the Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo, which I know isn't even fitting in the frame. I'll zoom out if I have to here in a second. Let me get the top panel off and the glass. The glass is secured by a screw at the top. So we've got a screw for the front glass and a screw here for the side glass. So if you need to remove the glass, you have to remove that screw. That's more so directed to Kyle, or anybody else that owns this case or will own this case. But the screw secures it so the glass doesn't accidentally get bumped and popped out. The back panel, no screw, popped out. Well, here we go. Well, we can pretty much see it. For the most part. Bought my PC through iBuyPower when all the GPUs were in, yeah, this canal stuck. The GPUs were triple the cost of one. That's when I bought my 3070 Ti. I think I paid like $2 grand for a 3070 Ti back in that time. It was terrible. It hurt my soul. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get the motherboard installed. So we're gonna drop this in here. Gonna line up perfectly. Beautiful. And we just need to get our hardware kit out of the hardware accessories box that comes with the case. And we also want to grab the GPU bracket, which I think is included with this as well. Here it is. Because we're going to want to install that as well. I think I'm going to try to put it on this side, if it clears that. This is one of those discrete GPU brackets that mounts to the motherboard mounts. I upgraded all the fans to Corsair QL series with the controller and Corsair Vengeance Pro RAM 32 gigabytes. Nice. A good upgrade. Good solid upgrade for a pre-build. So what this is going to do is help keep the graphics card from sagging over time. The graphics card may not sag very much out of the box, but over time, gravity does take its toll. So we want to keep that from sagging, because that will cause damage over time to the graphics card or the PCIe slot. So it's best if you have a pretty heavy card, to make sure that you have a GPU bracket installed that helps support the weight. Something as simple as this will do the job very nicely. Because really the only support you have is on the slot here at the frame, but there's nothing out here towards this area of the graphics card. So it's important that we make sure that that's there. There's just going to be a little lip here. Once we get the card in, we'll better adjust it. Yeah, most fans are junk in pre-builds, but they do get the job done when you start out. I'll leave it there like that because that's about the right thickness, and we'll see how good of a job I eyeball guessed it later. Alright, so next we have to finish installing the motherboard screws to secure the board to the case. We should have 7 left to do. Total of 9. So we did 2 there with the GPU bracket. Yeah, I mean, the pre-build fans are good to start out with, and they push the air, but over time they start making noise, because they're cheap. I mean, even some of the Montech fans that I use to start out with, they'll last for a good, year or two. Definitely higher quality than what you'd get at iBuyPower, because they're actually PWM and addressable RGB, and they're facing the right way. So they will last a little longer before they start becoming a problem. There we go. Now we've got our board secured to the case. We can actually lift it up, etc. Take a look at it. Nice and pretty. So next up, we're going to start working on the case fans. So I'm actually going to stand it up to the bottom ones here. We have this really nice fan bracket here. Which we're going to use. And that's going to install the bottom fans, which are all going to be intake. And hopefully this time around I don't mess up and put them in as exhaust by mistake the first time around. I have to redo it. I think that's what I did the last time we built in this case. These fans are Deepcool FC120s. They're fantastic. Get it? Fantastic fans. But it is not the Fantastic Four, it's only the Fantastic Three. These are daisy chained, so what we'll do is we'll line them up like so, but we want them facing this way in the end. So we do want these like that, but don't want this one here. I try on my good days. I didn't actually use my stud joke because there weren't any studs to deal with outside of the CPU stud. I guess I could have used that one there. I even have a stud finder over here. We wanted to look for a stud. If I remember correctly as well, we want to slide these more towards the front. Which is actually going to be that way. Because the top cooler is going to be slid towards the front. We want it to as symmetrical as possible. Right, good. Doing. Go. Got all our fans sorted out here. Now we can just slide this in carefully. Pop that in. All set to exhaust, pointing the right direction. One direction. And ready to be plugged in. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Intake. Alright, so we're going to do the side fans real quick. Right here. Side fans are also going to be set up as intake. So we want them like so. Then we need to remove this bracket because it's going to be in our way. This is a solid state drive, 2.5 solid state drive or hard drive holder slash cable hider. Well, we deal with that afterwards. Do do do. We're going to start with the bottom one and work our way up. Feeling fantastic. What's up, man? This is the type of build where your wrist starts to hurt because of how many fans you're installing with a old school manual screwdriver, which I prefer to do over a automatic. You just don't know the torque on an automatic, unless it's a fancy one, of course. There we go. Look at that. Starting to look like a gaming PC, I'd say. So let's also try to do this rear fan real quick. I'm gonna go grab one. There we go. Rear fan installed. Now we probably want to also get these EPS cables in here, as well as our CPU fan, which I think is going to be on the pump itself. So we'll do the EPS cables and then we'll start working on the radiator and the pump, the AIO. These cables that come with the Vertex power supply are super nice. Super nice cables. Definitely a quality power supply. Super easy to work with too. This is our 24 pin. I just grabbed that because, well, there. Do also have to get some of those connections done on the case for the motherboard, our front panel stuff. Before we get too carried away here. There's our two EPS cables here, 8-pin. That's going to provide power to the CPU, and then our 24-pin, which provides power to the motherboard. That'll go back to the power supply. Alright, so now we'll start working on this AIO. Liquid AIO cooler is going to go in like so, but we are going to take the 3 fans that are currently installed and put them on the top, and then add the FC120s on the bottom, so it's the same fans on the inside all the way around. The outside fans I could care less about. The Arctic cooler fans are going to go on the outside. We're going to start by removing them. Replacing them with the FC120s. All right. Here we go. Now for the FC120 by Deepcool, and then it'll match all the rest of the fans in the system, so the inside will look aesthetically pleasing. Go through this extra work. That case is going to glow good. Yeah, you're going to get an RGB, or you will or can get an RGB tan from this. How is your RGB tan? Better than most Floridarians. Is that right? I don't know. But yes, there's going to be a lot of RGB coming off this thing. And it's not just going to be like, you know, blah, here's a ton of RGB. It's going to be nice and smooth. Smooth RGB. It will be beautiful. Very beautiful. We want this towards the back. The chain to end towards the back. Like so. Okay. This one is going to bounce to this one. One to this one. Right, good. All right. Slide this in here. Stop arguing with me, RGB cable. See if we can make this fit properly. Last time we were building in this case, we had some issues trying to fit properly. We're currently running into those similar issues at the moment. Although I thought we learned from that mistake. Just went ahead and went full ahead, full forward. There we go. Alright, we're in. Properly. Very nice. Not as good as we'll get it. Got to secure this with the 2 screws. That secures the bracket and locks it in. Nice. That's what it looks like with the huge fan radiator sandwich. We got a fan layer, a radiator layer, and another fan layer. Fan radiator sandwich. But I mean, this thing's going to stay super cool for its life, which is what we want. Yeah. Hey, Hap Kiddo. Do you think a 14700 will be better option over the 7800X3D in general usage, day-to-day streaming, gaming, Discord, and other applications on the side? I think it's got more multi-function or it's better. It's going to be better for multitasking. I think the 7800X3D is going to be good for your gaming. You're going to get a boost on the gaming, probably a little better than the 14700K. But the 14700K, I think, is going to have a little bit of an edge when it comes to multitasking on the PC. So if you're doing a lot of video editing, I think the 14700 will help you better. But if you were just gaming, then I would say the 7800X3D all day. And again, that's my honest opinion, just based off of my experience. It is not at all in any way a proven fact that one is better than the other. Also, will the 14700K be okay with a lower tier B650? The B650 is actually an AM4 motherboard, so that won't work. You would need the B660. And yes, as long as it's got decent enough VRM on it, which is what delivers the power to the CPU. As long as it has semi-good VRMs, then you should be okay with a B660. Or B760, should I say. I would recommend actually going to the B760 instead of the 660. But the B650, B650, that's an AM5 motherboard and will not work with Intel. Unless you're saying the other way around. Oh dear. This is going to be difficult to get to. Come on, Ben's fat fingers, get in there and fit. Oh yeah, sorry, lower tier 760. Yes, it'll be fine. As long as it's got decent enough VRMs on it. That's my only concern. Dirty power is bad power. Here we go. Got our cables routed. Oh, it's starting to get really heavy too. But what do you think, Kyle? Looking like a badass gaming PC yet, or what? I think it's almost there. Is this an Arctic freezer cooler? The VRM cooler tells me yes. Yes, it is. It's an Arctic liquid freezer, or yeah, liquid freezer 2. It's the RGB version, a RGB version. So it's got the 3 RGB fans on it. And the RGB channel actually runs down back to the pump, which is cool. But we used FC120s on the inside because we used FC120s all around. So that way the unmatching Arctic fans are actually going to be at the top, covered up anyway. So you won't be able to see them. A little bit of light coming through the mesh, and that's about it. I wish you wrote more on the description section of the video. Seems like you build PCs for a hobby. No, I build PCs actually full-time. So I do a ton of gaming PCs. We did 49 PCs the week of Christmas. The weekish of Christmas. We do a ton. So it's more than a hobby, it's actually a full-time job. Now, it was a hobby, that's how it started. But what description is missing in the section of this video? What are you looking for? I guess just as a suggestion. I always ears open to suggestions. So now that that's done, we'll go ahead and get started with the front panel connections of the we'll have to zip tie that up here. Kind of stays out of the way. Front panel connections of the case. it. Yeah, I went to the channel about a section and found out it's a business. Usually people write about their business and put the site, website, social handles in the video description. I guess I could do that. Love from India. Thanks for your advices. No problem. Yeah, I'm a business located in the US. So we build lots of gaming PCs. You can order all sorts of different things. If you want a custom PC, we can build out a custom PC. We do custom painting. We do custom glass etching. We do some backplates for graphics cards. Open loops if you want open water cooling, open loop water cooling. We've done custom cases, though that is very custom, and it does take some time. And we've also done some other custom 3D modeling pieces for cases and whatnot. So a lot of cool customizations that we could do. Custom, custom, custom. I'll try to get these RGB connections for the bottom fans here sorted out real quick. And we've got a couple of fan headers at the bottom, I believe, that we're going to connect for those. Connect those two. 1, 2, 3 for sure. That's what we'll use for these. That'll be the simplest, easiest, most simple. Trying to go. Front pin, there it is. Yeah. USB-C and USB 3 are up here at the top. Top here. And we have this bad boy. Where do we connect this? There. And there. All right. I haven't decided on that one yet. Oh. D3. Wish I plugged this in before I put the radiator in. Now, it's going to be dang near impossible. Do you think if Intel chips last longer than AMD ones in terms of slowing down maybe, or the other way around? I don't think Intel chips or AMD chips, I think they're pretty equivalent when it comes to its longevity of life. The only thing I can say about AMD or Intel or Verse, that AMD seems to stay on their platform a lot longer. RAID Max make good power supplies? No, I'm not a big fan of RAID Max and their power supplies. Never have been. I think I've used a couple of them in the past and not the greatest results. Maybe some of their higher end stuff, but definitely steer clear of their cheap. Oh. Oh, cool. There we go. So we got 3 separate channels. We have this channel down here, this channel, and then the RGB all up here on a separate channel. Tried my best there to keep it nice. All right, there we go. So the only other thing we got to deal with is this fan needs to be connected to a PWM header. I might feed it back through and zip it over here and get it plugged into this header down here, which is chassis fan 1, because all of our other fan headers are currently taken. But I might have to pull it in order to pull it, if that makes any sense. Kyle must want the extra FPS, extra RGB fans. No, we just went with the cool looking fans and also did as much as we could with the budget. Want to make sure I'm pulling through the right one. That would suck if I was pulling through the wrong one. Pulling the right one. There we go. Alright, so that would be everything that we need to plug in, minus this one last RGB connection here, which is going to daisy chain. That's all of our fans, all of our front panel connectors, everything that we'll need to plug in. For power supplies, connections, the power supply. Oh, I forgot. I did forget about this one. This is the front panel RGB. Anyway, looked in the bars after the power supply. All right, there we go. Now we're ready for a graphics card or a power supply. Which ones you guys want to do? Hey, little butter, are you level 3 from Ohio? Nope. No idea what that is. Thoughts on a 360 hertz IPS panel for CS and Valorant? Well, I mean, if you look it up, and Little Butter, thank you for the chat, sir, and welcome to the stream. Since I see it's your first time chatting here, the build stream. But regarding the 360 hertz IPS panel for CS or Valorant, the human eye, I think, is limited up to, it's like 250 frames per second, and anything over, you're technically not really gaining too much of a benefit. So I guess is it worth it to you? Even though there have been studies where people have played both on, you know, say a 360 hertz panel versus a 165 or 240 hertz panel, and they claim to see the difference. Science says that you should not be able to see the difference with the human eye. Maybe feel, but that's different. So I would go up to 240, and that would be pretty much all I'd go to. Anything over, in my opinion, I'd feel like it would be kind of money put towards something that may or may not be useful. Let's do the graphics card really quick, and then we'll drop the power supply in there. If I remember correctly, this is only a 2-slot. I say only, but I believe this is just a 2-slot card, standard. RTX 4080. Can't wait for bro Jose PC to be fixed. Oh, gotcha. Been getting clapped on Fortnite. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've got Jose's PC back here. We just got to finish the couple of builds that we had in line today already, and then we'll be working on Jose's PC that's in here, if that's who you're talking about. I'm going to be trying to do it tonight, but as you can see, with one PC and I have 2 total to build, we're getting pretty late, so it'll be late tonight when I finish it. Don't worry, we're not going to use that adapter. And thanks for the follow, Little Butter, over on Twitch. Sniped. I'm doing some other upgrades first. Before the GPU, looking at a Thermaltake 1050 watt true PCIe. Yes, that is actually a good power supply. Strange that it's 1050 watt, but there's a couple of them out there like that. But yeah, it has the Gen 5 600 watt connection. Yep, that's a good power supply. I've used that one actually before. Quite a few times. Good power supply. For the price, you can't do much better unless you look at the RS game versions. But when we get into 1000 watts on them, I prefer to lean towards Thermaltake or Seasonic if we can, if it fits the budget. They have longer warranties, which I like. I think RS games are 10 year as well, actually. Trying to get this peel done. I have said, though, and I will say this again, Asus Tough is going to be the components you want to use if you want to do like a Halo themed build, because it looks a lot like Halo US United Nations Space Marine equipment. I mean, look at this thing. Super badass looking. In the perfect spot for that graphics port. Most perfect. Come on. I think we're gonna have to up a little bit. That's as low as it's gonna go. I have to take it out and reinstall it into one down. I'm doing some other upgrades before. Yeah, $129.94. Yeah, it's a pretty good price. It's a pretty good price for a 1000-watt power supply gold with the 600-watt Gen 5 connection. Damn good price. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is adjust our GPU support bracket here, that it holds the card. There we go. Our 4080 is installed. And we've got support on it as well. Nice. Looks absolutely stunning, as it is. Alright, so last bit of work is the power supply. A little bit of cable management, and then we are able to fire it up and see what this badass looks like.
we are going to need a couple of these. I'll leave this one plugged.
There we go. Looking good. All right, who's ready to see this thing fired up for the first time? Sure, Kyle is. Where's Kyle? Is he here? Is Kyle even here? Or do you get bored of watching his PC being built? These peels are getting tougher and tougher to do. They just want to tear, they don't want to peel off. That's some static electricity there. All right. Get it plugged in and fired up. For the very first time. Don't worry, I'll change the view. Kyle, it is time. I hope you're here for this. The first look at the new beast. Looks like we might have an RGB chain problem here on the top fans, but I mean, they're spinning. They may have gotten unplugged when I installed it. We'll have to go back in there and take a look at that, but top fans, not a big deal. Nobody can even see them right now. I was away for a while and got bad news. A friend of mine died. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that, Steven. Terrible. Terrible news. Kyle, if you're still watching, here she is. The Beast. Looks great, man. Nice. Thank you, sir. I do have to go back in here and figure out why these two fans on the top, they're up here at the very top, they're not lit up. And I'm pretty sure the reason why they're not lit up is while installation, one of the cables probably got snagged a little bit and pulled loose on the chain. And it's just the RGB lights. So I just got to take the cooler out and locate the problem and fix that. We're just waiting for it to post, though. Should be posting pretty soon. It is DDR5. And a white light. CPU. Yeah. Says we have a problem with the VGA. I'll just shut it off, unplug the cord and plug it back in and make sure it's seated all the way. monitor is being detected, or detecting something is plugged in. We got a green light on the keyboard, which usually means a post. Green light on keyboard, white light on VGA on the motherboard. Green light on boot. I wonder if it's trying to run on the card definitely has power. Beautiful, thank you. It is beautiful. Thankfully, I think we purchased this one locally, so we'll be able to take that back if there's a problem very quickly. The video card, that is. Yeah, we got a post with onboard. We can go in there and make sure that it is an option. So the CPU, motherboard, RAM combo is posting just fine. But why wouldn't it post with the video card? Maybe we need to do the BIOS update. I don't know. Interesting. Quite interesting. See, it's fully seated. It's gotta be something else. Well, I'll have to probably take a look at this off stream from here, but we don't got a display. We don't have a display with the graphics card in here. You get an onboard display, so that means the CPU, motherboard, RAM, all that's good. And then we have two fans that are not powered on. The RGB lights aren't powered on, so I'm pretty sure that's just a disconnection. The graphics card I'm more concerned about, because it should be displaying right now. So I'll try a BIOS update on the motherboard and see if that fixes the problem. And I'll also swap out this power cable to see if maybe that's the problem. But as of right now, the graphics card is not working. That's something I actually picked up locally here, because its availability for this particular card was very slim. And so it's something I can fix relatively quick. Just unfortunately, they're not going to be open tomorrow or Monday. So we would have to deal with that on Tuesday. If I had to, for some reason, return this and get another 480, it wouldn't happen until Tuesday. Which sucks. Because I want this 4080, the Asus TUF, in this build. So, I'll keep a look at, or I'll, take a look at it here after the stream. But I'm going to actually take a quick break, eat some din din real quick, scarf some food down, and be back for build number 2 in a little bit. So if you guys want to hang out here, go for it. If not, I'll be back on in probably 15 minutes or less to start build number 2. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. All right, so I am going to test. All right, so I'm going to test this over on the other bench with display ports. Just to make sure. Not something weird with the line. Then we're also going to test the different power cable for the graphics card. still the same result there. So definitely something up with that card, I think. So we're going to move on to the next build, and we'll have to deal with that later today. Okay, so the next build, Mr. Noah, I hope you're ready. And Kyle, I will be in touch in regards to your PC here after the stream, depending on how late it is. If it's super late, I might just message you and see if you're still up. But there's definitely something going on with that graphics card. I'm pretty certain of it. So, in order for us to get that squared away, I'm probably going to get a replacement card, but the replacement card will not be able to be gotten until after the new year, which will be Tuesday, because I actually purchased that card, motherboard, CPU, RAM from Micro Center, and they're not going to be open, or at least their hours say they're not going to be open tomorrow, nor the New Year's. So, and I'll double check that. All right, so for Noah's build, seems kind of loud. We're going to go ahead and get started on Noah's build, and I will be dealing with that other one later this evening as well. Troubleshooting it further to figure out what the deal is with that 4080. Could be just some issue with posting on that card for the first time. Who knows? So I'll try a different card in there just to confirm that it is the card. Also try a different power supply and a different cable if I have that. I'm pretty sure I do have another Vertex 1200 here. So we should be able to try that, both of those things. All right, so Intel Core i9 12900K for Noah's build. Let me actually update this name at the top before I go any further, because I always forget to do this. All right, so running through Noah's build, we have a Intel i9 12900K. It's got 16 cores, 24 threads, a max boost of 5.2 gigahertz. We're using the Thermalright LGA 1700 contact frame, along with a Thermalright Frozen Note liquid AIO cooler. This is a 360 millimeter AIO with 3 120 millimeter PWM fans, and it has an inline pump, which means the pump's in line rather than on the block or in the radiator. Excuse me. We're going to be putting this all on an Asus Prime Z790V Wi-Fi ATX motherboard. We have 32 gigabytes of DDR5, 6000 megahertz, CL36, 216 gig sticks, which is G.Skill Ripjaws, right here. And then we have a 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe SSD. This is Gen 4. It's Inland Performance Plus, and it has a similar performance as the 980 Pro from Samsung, giving us 7,000 read speed and 5,500 write speed. So very quick SSD, very snappy and fast when it comes to reading and writing. We have a 4060 Ti by Zotac. This is it's a 16 gigabyte version. We have a total of 16 gigabytes on the VRAM for this 4060 Ti. Then we also have a 750 watt gold rated power supply by Segotep, which also has the 600 watt 16 pin cable for Gen 5, PCIe Gen 5. Though I don't think I would run, for example, a 4080 on this power supply, the 750 watt. Maybe its limit is 4070 Ti at that point. Then we have a couple of additional white fans for the case. The case that we're going to be building is a Montech King 95. This is actually the first time I built in this case, so I'm actually pretty stoked to build in this case. It's my first time looking at it. It's gotten a lot of good reviews, so super excited. And then we also have some white sleeved cables for the build itself as well. We're going to go ahead and get started by moving some of these parts out of the way and starting with the motherboard, CPU, and the RAM. Alright, so next all we need is the brackets from the cooler. Alright, so now that that is ready to go into the case, we're going to move on to getting the case out. Which, by the way, is packed like a king. Take a look at that back panel design. Pretty dope. Oh god. That was loud. This is actually a super convenient design to install your fans. I think speeds up the process and it's convenient. It's going to use screws that go through the top that screw into the chassis on the other side. Radiator sized fan screws, which is cool, and they're included with your case. Accessories / hardware kit. The bottom tray can fit both 120mm and 140mm fans. The rear can only fit 120, and it looks like the side will fit 120 or 140, and the top as well will fit 120 or 140mm fans. The attention to detail on this case is quite impressive from Montech. Very impressive. It's looking good. Yeah, this case is the Montech King 93. Sorry, Montech King 95. The new case. like a Y6011 dynamic mix or hybrid. Very cool looking case. And I'm pretty impressed with its with their attention to detail here. They're using white cables in the case instead of black ones for all the case cables. All silver screws. Very simple to install the bottom fans here. So far, it's been quite impressive. Now it looks like this tray just comes right out here. There's actually a door with 2 screws. There's a problem. I installed the bottom fans and now I'm not able to remove this tray. That's funny. Note to self, don't install your fans on the bottom first in this case. And in the case of Montech King 95. It's hitting this bottom fan. It looks like, you know, you can't just flip this around and, well, maybe we can, but this is removable. If this is removable, then we're fine. Which I'm assuming it is. Has to be. Okay. So that flips up. Okay. That's interesting also. Let's put those back on. We'll mount it from the rear so we don't have to take that other fan out. Learning. That's case. Thinking about playing The Last of Us. Pre-made Death tonight. Sounds like a good game. We're actually ready to maybe grab some EPS cables and start focusing on the power supply next, or the cooler, AIO. So I'm just going to do all of these, might as well. Got a lot of holiday orders. Seen you streaming quite a bit lately. So all the holiday, quote unquote, Christmas builds, quote unquote, quote unquote, those are all pretty much done. Hey, what's up, some giant idiot? Welcome back. I think you've been lurking. So those are all pretty much done. These are the after Christmas. Oh, I'm gonna put a custom order in and treat myself to Christmas orders, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how else to explain these. But it truly is starting to look like a badass PC. Would you think so? What do you think? Looking pretty badass, huh? Now, what do I do with Christmas money orders? Yes, back from dinner. Hope dinner was good. What'd you have for dinner? I had to stop and eat dinner too. Some chicken sandwiches. You're not a fan of the white PCs, but this one does look like... Wait till you see the glass on this thing. Well, you stay here, bud. I did not tell you you can go anywhere. Silly CPU block trying to run away. Yeah, wait till you get to see the glass on this thing. Even more badass.
This is the Montec King 95. Not sure what the 95 is supposed to stand for. That is the number they provided for the model.
Montec King. What an odd day today. It feels like a Sunday. Yeah, I hear you. It kind of does feel like a Sunday. Looking pretty good, though. I heard of CPU clear plastic holders sell for $2 a pop if you like. Really? I didn't know that. What do I do with the component boxes? I recycle all of it. Could I be holding on to them? I didn't know they had worth. I think GPU and motherboard boxes sell for a couple bucks here and there. Really? Just a box. What, are people just looking for the box to resell it in? I actually never knew that. So what you're saying is that I should save the boxes and resell them, huh? People be weird and love boxes like cats. No idea your 3070 Ti Founders Edition box sold for $15? Do you have any idea how many GPU boxes I would have had if I saved them all? I would have tons. This year alone, I'd technically have 731 GPU boxes. Maybe not all super high end, but that's how many GPU boxes I'd have. Some boxes were damaged. I'll give it that. So maybe not exactly. And if boxes really are worth that much, why don't people buy a product or return it back to like Amazon, for example, without the box, get refunded, sell the box? Basically, you're making yourself free product. As dirty as that may sound, and the fact that it came from me is even worse, but take it outside of the box. You can't return something to Amazon without original packaging. I've done it several times. No problems at all. No questions asked. They do not care. Or at least they pretend not to care. Or maybe it's because I have a pretty significant spend amount with them and they don't care. Now their PC didn't work. I've never really turned stuff, yeah. I didn't used to either until, you know, you start getting like 8 graphics cards bad in the same month, and then you're like, what are you gonna do? Keep buying graphics cards? You kind of have to return them. On a personal level, I don't really care. Unless it's something super expensive. But if it's like a cheap $10 thing, I'm like, whatever. $10 lost. Is what it is. You never buy big stuff on Amazon? You're always afraid of a brick or a block of wood, yeah. I've never had that happen yet. I've always had everything I've ordered. Except for a couple of times, like, buying open box stuff. That's where I would avoid. For example, I ordered a Intel i7. This was during like 10th gen. The Intel 10th gen was super big, or just out. I bought an open box one, and I got like a i7 4700 instead of a 10700K. So somebody bought it, swapped their CPU, and returned it back to Amazon, and it got listed as open box. And then I got it. And that was quite interesting trying to explain the whole situation when I returned it. Like, yeah, that's what I received. Not paying for it. And of course, I'm the one getting caught. So far, it's been really nice building in this case. Oh, how big of a mess was it to return it? It took them declining the return after they received it, a phone call from me to their support, and then after that phone call, I got my return completed. So they tried declining it, but then I was like, oh hell no. Not happening. Lord. In the end, it wasn't terrible. Just took a little extra work. That's the sad thing, is that they still accepted it. And I could have been the one to put the incorrect CPU in there, right? That could have been me, but they still accepted it. But I guess if you do it enough, you'll get flagged, probably. Like, hey, this guy's returning a whole bunch of stuff. We need to investigate this. So I feel like something like that would happen. I'd imagine that happen again if they were either not to accept, return, or banned. Yeah. Probably. My uncle does contract work stuff, buys more than he needs from Home Depot, and returns the extra after jobs. He did it too many times and now they banned him. I only laugh because it's funny. There's no policy on not doing that. That's why I laugh. Because there's technically nothing that's stopping him from doing it. So there's really nothing that says if you do this so many times publicly that you'll be banned. He wasn't warned. Dang it. Private businesses can do anything they want? Yeah, I know. But they still should publicly announce if you do something like this, you'll get banned, like, or at least give them a warning the first time. Like, hey, you know, if you keep doing this, you'll get banned. I mean, now how is he supposed to continue doing his contract work without a place like Home Depot? Sucks, but I get it. Okay, let's clean this up real quick and then we'll fire this thing up and check it out. First time. Noah, I don't know if you're here watching or not, but if you are, I hope you're ready. You can buy stuff from Home Depot, they just won't accept returns from him. Oh, damn. That pretty much sucks. So if something doesn't work, he can't return it. Which way is the front? That we could find. I'm gonna go with this. Yes. Gosh. Now I hope you're ready. Here we go. Let's flip it over to the better view so we can actually see what we're looking at. All right, here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Look at this curved glass. There's no frame here. Really cool looking. The glass is on currently. No, you tried to tell me, but what kind of fishies are you gonna? I don't know. We'll start with like fresh water. We'll start with fresh water, because after you put salt in the tank, you really can't put fresh water back in a tank. So we'll start with fresh water. All right. Like guppies. Yeah. So good. The good news is this PC posted. Yes. Nice. Yeah, this white one turned out really nice. They come in blue, white, and black, I think, are the 3 color schemes that are available for these. And I think there might even be a pink or a red. Blue? Yes. Yeah, this case comes in blue. Yep. Yeah, this is the Montech King. It's like 100 and I think 20-ish without the fans. You could buy it with fans, 3 bottom fans, 2 side fans, and a rear. So really all you got to do is put the AIO in. But I think it's like $160 or something in that price range. Blue and pink would be nice. That would actually be a pretty cool color scheme, blue and pink. You're coming? Can you do it? But yeah, it turned out absolutely fantastic. And this is pretty much going to be it for the night for me. I have to go figure out Kyle's build, the first build that we did. For some reason, with the RTX 4080 in there, it's not displaying. It'll display off the onboard video from the CPU, but it won't display from the RTX 4080. So I got to figure out if it's a power supply power issue to the card, a motherboard slot issue, or if it's a card issue, and then start the next steps on fixing that. Troubleshooting stream. I do have another PC that's in here for Jose. He brought his PC in here to get upgraded / fixed because there was something wrong with his PCIe slot and his graphics card randomly stopped working. So he said, hey, I'll just upgrade. He's upgrading to a better motherboard and then also a RTX 4060. We get many of those. Yeah, I get quite a few of them. Would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of repairs here and there. I'll also be replacing a battery on a laptop sometime next week. One that you have to take apart to get to the battery. Ooh. Stream those? Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Guess we'll have to see. I don't know. It'll really come down to like if I'm rushing to get it done. If I'm laid back, I like streaming when I'm laid back and not being rushed. Last week or the week before was not a very good example of that. Educational streams? Yeah, we could do educational streams. I'm always down. It is close to my bedtime, guys. I finally got back to a normal sleeping schedule after being up till 5 a.m. every night the last couple of weeks. And man, when bedtime hits this year, it hits. I could feel it. I have a little miss that's still up too, and she's supposed to be in bed. All right, guys, good night. Noah, if you are still watching, I hope you enjoyed the build stream, and I hope you enjoy the build. Ta-da! We went white, just like you requested. So hopefully this is white enough. The only things that are not white in this build is that graphics card and the motherboard. And the RAM. And the power supply. But the power supply you can't even see. It's all in the back. Behind the case and all that, so. And we put white cables in there anyway, so. Alright guys, have a good night. We'll see you on the next stream. Peace.